Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony will begin shortly. Please be seated and kindly turn off your mobile phone or switch it off to the silent mode throughout the event. We kindly request everyone to stand up upon the arrival of our VIPs and during the national anthem is performed. Kami mohon jasa baik semua untuk berdiri bagi menyambut kedatangan VIPs dan seterusnya nyanyian lagu kebangsaan. Masih nak susun. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, mengumumkan ketibaan Profesor Teknologis Dr. Norzila binti Osman, Wakil Rasmi Naib Chancellor Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia, dan Profesor Madya Teknologis Dr. Rafidah binti Hamdan, Wakil Dekan Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia masuk ke dalam Dewan. Tetamu kehormat, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, mohon berdiri untuk nyanyian lagu bangsa Johor dan Negaraku. Hadirin dimohon duduk. Selamat pagi dan salam madani. Dengan rasa sukacita, kami ingin memperkenalkan Yang Berusaha Profesor Teknologis Dr. Norzila binti Osman, Wakil Dekan Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina, Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Profesor Madya Teknologis Dr. Rafidah binti Hamdan, Wakil Dekan Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina, Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Hazurina binti Osman, pengurusi the 8th International Conference on Civil and Environmental Engineering for Sustainability, ICONSIST 2025. Yang dihormati pengucap tamu ICONSIST 2025. Yang berbahagia Datuk Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Asbi Osman, Pengarah Urusan Muhammad Asbi Associates Sendirian Berhad. Yang Berusaha Profesor Teknologis Dr. Norzila Osman, Profesor Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina, Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Profesor Insinyur Dr. Sugiman, Profesor Kejuruteraan Mesin, Universitas Mataram, Indonesia. Panel Forum ICONSIST 2025. Yang berbahagia Datuk Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Asbi Osman, Pengarah Urusan Muhammad Asbi Associates Sendirian Berhad. Yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis Dr. Siva Kumar Chinasamy, Pengarah Urusan CSK Muni Services Sendirian Berhad. Arkitek Adrianata Aziz, Pengarah Urusan AR Rent Arkitek PLT. Seterusnya yang dihormati Associate Professor Dr. Takinawa Dasuke, Wakil daripada National Institute of Technology Kosen, Hiroshima, Jepun, dan Associate Professor Dr. Wong Jingying daripada University of Nottingham, Malaysia sebagai penganjur bersama persidangan ICONSIST 2025. Para delegasi, tetamu jemputan dan semua hadirin yang hadir secara fizikal dan dalam talian, selamat datang ke 8th International Conference on Civil and Environmental Engineering for Sustainability, ICONSIST 2025. Nama saya, Hilton Ahmad, pengacara majlis anda pada hari ini. Kami berbesar hati dapat bersama-sama anda pada hari ini. Bagi memberkati majlis kita pada hari ini, dijemput Encik Muhammad Izan Izzuddin bin Zainal untuk memimpin bacaan doa. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim, sesungguhnya pada hari yang penuh keberkatan ini kami berhimpun bagi melafazkan setinggi-tinggi kesyukuran atas limpah rahmat dan juga kurnia-Mu yang tidak ternilai. Ya Allah, jadikanlah kami hamba-hamba-Mu yang sentiasa bersyukur sama di atas nikmat yang kecil maupun nikmat yang besar. Lebih-lebih lagi nikmat ilmu pengetahuan serta persaudaraan yang Kau anugerahkan kepada kami. Ya Allah yang Maha Mengasih lagi Maha Penyayang, berkatilah dan rahmatilah perjalanan majlis persidangan antarabangsa ke-8 International Conference on Civil and Environmental Engineering for Sustainability ICONSIST 2025 yang berlangsung pada 29 hingga 30 September 2025 ini. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah kepada kami limpahan ilmu yang bermanfaat, pemikiran yang tajam serta kebijaksanaan dalam mengembangkan ilmu dan juga menyumbangkannya demi kesejahteraan ummah. Ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram, bukakanlah hati-hati kami untuk mudah menerima hidayah dan juga petunjuk-Mu. Sinarkanlah jiwa kami dengan cahaya ilmu yang memberi manfaat. Semoga dengannya kami mampu menghayati mengamalkannya serta menyebarkannya demi kebaikan bersama. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah kepada kami kesadaran tubuh badan, kecerdasan akal, fikiran, ketenangan jiwa serta kekuatan semangat. Dengan itu kami mampu menepani cabaran, memperkukuh daya saing serta mengangkat martabat diri keluarga, masyarakat dan juga negara. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Terima kasih Encik Muhammad Izzat untuk pimpinan doa tadi. Semoga majlis ini diberkati dan berjalan dengan baik. Tetamu yang dihormati, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, mencari timba si anak dara di bawah sarang burung tempur. Salam sembah pembuka bicara, selamat datang untuk semua. Daun selasih dimakan kuda, kuda berlari di atas titi. Majlis dimulakan dengan ceria, semoga semuanya berlangsung rapi. Dengan tema Advancing Sustainability, Innovating an Ecocentric Future with Engineering Excellence, persidangan 8th International Conference on Civil and Environmental Engineering for Sustainability, ICONSIS 2025, dianjurkan oleh Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina, Universiti Tun Hussein Al Malaysia dengan kerjasama FCAP Consulting dan Berhad, National Institute of Technology, Kosan, Hiroshima, Japan, dan University of Nottingham, Malaysia. Siri persidangan ICONSIS telah dimulakan semenjak tahun 2009. Tahun ini adalah siri ke-8. Persidangan ini bertujuan untuk menghimpun pakar-pakar industri dan akademik di seluruh dunia untuk berkongsi pengetahuan baru, amalan terbaik dan pengalaman berharga untuk kelestarian bumi melalui kejuruteraan sains dan teknologi. Untuk makluman, persidangan ini menerima 94 pernyataan daripada pelbagai latar belakang termasuk akademik, pakar industri dan profesional. Sebahagian peserta mengikuti secara dalam talian melalui platform Google Meet. Kami berharap persidangan 2 hari ini dapat menyumbangkan secara signifikan kepada kumpulan akademik, industri dan seterusnya kepada komuniti secara umum. Kami berasa bertuah dengan kehadiran profesional industri, penggubal polisi dan akademik membentangkan kertas kerja dalam persidangan ICONSIS pada tahun ini. Tetamu yang dihormati tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, untuk memulakan majlis, dengan berbesar hati dijemput Profesor Madya Dr. Rafidah binti Hamdan, Wakil Rasmi Dekan Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina, Universiti Tun Hussein Al Malaysia untuk menyampaikan ucapan. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih kepada pengacara majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Saya pada pagi ini mewakili dekan. Saya ada wakil rasmi kepada Prof. Haziman. Beliau tidak dapat hadir bersama-sama dengan kita pada pagi ini. So dia menyampaikan salam, mengirimkan salam kerana atas urusan yang tidak dapat dielakkan. Okey, delegasi yang dihormati, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, yang berbahagia, wakil rasmi NC UTHM, Prof. Teknologis Dr. Nozila Osman, yang dihormati Prof. Madya Dr. Nur Hazrina binti Osman, pengerusi ICONSIS 2025, para pengucap tamu dan ahli forum yang dihormati, Datuk Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Azbi Osman, Pengarah Urusan Muhammad Azbi Associates dan Berhad, Profesor Insinyur Dr. Sugiman, Profesor Universiti Mataram, Indonesia, Datuk Teknologis Dr. Siva Kumar, Managing Director CSK Murni Services dan Berhad, Arkitek Adrianta Aziz, Managing Director AR Red Architects PLT. Betul Datuk Doktor? AR. Okey. Yang dialu-alukan dekan-dekan fakulti dan wakilnya, barisan ahli fakulti, barisan ahli pengurusan FCAP dan profesor-profesor fakulti serta ahli jawatankuasa ICONSIS 2025. Barisan delegasi daripada Indonesia dan Japan. Okay, so we are very delightful to have our friends from Korekosen, Taniko Sensei and his students. Okay. Seterusnya hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, selamat datang ke 8th International Conference on Civil and Environmental Engineering for Sustainability, ICONSIS 2025. Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina, Universiti Tun Hussein Malaysia, berasa amat besar hati kerana diberi peluang sekali lagi untuk menganjurkan program menganjurkan persidangan yang ke-8 yang mana telah dianjurkan sejak tahun 2009. So ini merupakan persidangan 2 tahun sekali. Saya ingin merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada barisan ahli jawatankuasa, penganjur serta semua pihak yang berada di belakang tabir yang telah berusaha keras sehingga persidangan ini dapat direalisasikan. Tahun ini persidangan dianjurkan bersama dengan UTHM, University of Nottingham, Malaysia, National Institute of Technology, KOSEN, Korea College, Hiroshima, Japan, dan FCAP Consult, Sdn Bhd. Dengan tema Advancing Sustainability, Innovating and Eco-centric Future with Engineering Excellence. Tema ini menzahirkan komitmen kita untuk memupuk inovasi yang meimbangi pembangunan dengan tanggungjawab terhadap alam sekitar. Pada saat ini kita semua maklum, kita berdepan dengan cabaran besar seperti perubahan iklim, penyusutan sumber dan kepesatan urbanisasi. Bidang kejuruteraan awam dan alam sekitar kekal penting dalam membentuk masa depan yang berdaya tahan dan lestari. Ikonsis 2025 juga merupakan platform terbaik perkongsian idea, penemuan baharu dan inovasi dalam bidang kejuruteraan awam dan alam sekitar. Seiring dengan aspirasi UTHM untuk muncul sebagai universiti global, persidangan ini menghimpunkan para saintis, penyelidik, para profesional terkemuka untuk berkongsi ilmu, memperkukuhkan jaringan dan memajukan teknologi ke arah kelestarian. Saya amat mengharapkan kehadiran wakil-wakil daripada agensi kerajaan, pertubuhan bukan kerajaan, NGO, institusi pengajian tinggi serta badan pendidikan dapat ini merupakan salah satu platform agar kita dapat berkongsi dan mengambil bahagian secara aktif dalam perbincangan secara panel session. So sebelah petang kita akan ada panel session lah. So diharapkan semua masing-masing dapat berkongsi kepakaran dan dapat membina, yang penting, yang utama kita adalah untuk membina kerjasama baharu, global networking. Akhir kata saya mendoakan agar persidangan ini dapat berlangsung dengan penuh manfaat dan memberi inspirasi kepada kita semua. Semoga konsis menjadi pemangkin kepada lahirnya idea-idea baru, memperkukuh kerjasama dan memacu inovasi demi meninggalkan legasi kelestarian yang berkekalan untuk generasi akan datang. Sekian dulu daripada saya. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Prof atas ucapan pembukaan tadi. Sekarang dengan rasa rendah diri, saya ingin menjemput Profesor Teknologis Dr. Norzila binti Osman, Wakil Rasmi Naib Chancellor Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia untuk menyampaikan ucapan pembukaan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi. Jadi izinkan saya untuk menjadi wakil rasmi kepada yang berbahagia Prof NC. Saya ingin menyampaikan salam dari beliau kerana pagi ini semua pengurusan universiti, jawatankuasa eksekutif ada mesyuarat eksekutif. Jadi dengan rasa rendah diri saya akan kembali ke rumah saya iaitu FCAP untuk menjadi wakil rasmi NC. Jadi yang berbahagia Profesor Madya Dr. Rafidah Hamdan, Timbalan Dekan Pendidikan Pembangunan dan Penerbitan. Yang dihormati Profesor Madya Dr. Hazurina sebagai pengurusi 8th International Conference of Civil and Environmental Engineering. Selamat pagi para delegasi yang dihormati, tetamu kehormat serta tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. Dengan penuh penghormatan dan rasa berbesar hati, saya mengalu-alukan kedatangan anda semua ke 8th International Conference on Civil and Environmental Engineering for Sustainability Pada hari ini, kita sedar bahawa kita telah berhimpun di Bandaraya Johor Bahru yang pesat membangun sebuah lambang kemajuan di mana membawa kepada peluang dan cabaran serta menjadi medan untuk kita memperkasa kecemerlangan kejuruteraan demi masa depan yang lestari. Persidangan tahun ini dianjurkan oleh Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia dengan kerjasama University of Nottingham Malaysia dan National Institute of Technology Kosen Kura College dengan tema Advancing Sustainability, Innovating an Ecocentric Future for Engineering Excellence. Tema ini mencerminkan komitmen kita bersama dalam memupuk dan menyemarakkan inovasi menjurus ke arah pembangunan yang lestari. Dalam dunia yang penuh ketidakpastian iklim, kekurangan sumber asli dan perbandaran yang pesat, daya tahan telah menjadi asas kepada infrastruktur yang mampan sambil mengekalkan kelestarian alam sekitar. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati sekalian, saya percaya bahawa penganjuran ICONSIS 2025 akan menjadi sebuah platform untuk perkongsian idea, pengalaman serta amalan terbaik di kalangan penyelidik, para pakar industri dan pihak berkepentingan dari seluruh dunia. Ini merupakan peluang yang sangat baik untuk kita meneroka kemajuan terkini dalam bidang kejuruteraan, sains, teknologi serta membincangkan langkah kerjasama dan mencari penyelesaian yang memberi manfaat bukan sahaja kepada negara tetapi juga kepada seluruh dunia. Akhir kata, saya mengharapkan anda semua akan dapat merasai suasana persidangan yang penuh produktif dan penuh inspirasi pada 2 hari ini. Saya juga ingin mengikatkan tentang tanggungjawab kita sebagai khalifah di atas muka bumi ini agar dapat memikul tanggungjawab sebagai penyelidik dan saintis agar alam ini dapat kita gunakan dalam masa yang lebih panjang. Ini kerana pilihan yang kita buat pada hari ini akan membentuk apa yang kita tinggalkan kepada semua anak-anak kita pada masa akan datang. Jadi, saya juga mengharapkan semoga ICONSIS 2025 mencetuskan idea baru, mengukuhkan kerjasama serta mendorong inovasi yang memacu kelestarian melalui kejuruteraan. Dengan ini, dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya dengan rasminya merasmikan 8th International Conference on Civil and Environmental Engineering for Sustainability. Saya juga berharap anda akan bersama-sama merasai pengalaman yang manis di dalam ICONSIS 2025. Semoga kita berjumpa lagi untuk ICONSIS pada masa akan datang. Sekian saja. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya nak betul tu.
Kita pasal itu. Terima kasih Profesor dengan ucapan yang penuh inspirasi sebentar tadi. Dimohon Profesor kekal berada di atas pentas untuk upacara perasmian. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kini kita telah sampai kepada acara yang ditunggu-tunggu. Pembukaan rasmi di 8th International Conference on Civil and Environmental Engineering for Sustainability ICONSIS 2025. Sebagai lambang perasmian persidangan ini, kita ada gimmick simbolik pembukaan dan montaj. Dengan penuh rasa hormat dijemput Profesor Teknologis Dr. Norzila Othman, Wakil Rasmi Naib Chancellor Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia untuk merasmikan pembukaan persidangan dengan memukul gong sebanyak 3 kali sebagai simbol pembukaan ICONSIS 2025. Terima kasih Profesor Norzila bagi merasmikan pembukaan ICONSIS 2025. Dengan ini persidangan ini secara rasminya dimulakan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, dengan itu berakhirlah perasmian ICONSIS 2025 pada pagi ini. Kami mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada semua hadirin untuk upacara perasmian tadi. Oh, montaj. Okey, kita saksikan montaj ya.
Since 1900, global sea levels have risen by over 20 centimeters, threatening nearly 700 million people living in low-lying coastal zones. Heat waves and drought have degraded more than 30% of the planet's arable land, pushing food systems to their limits. And with over 10 million hectares of forest lost annually, an area the size of Portugal, we are erasing one of nature's most vital defences. These are not distant projections. They are present-day, measurable realities, and they demand urgent engineering solutions.
From the crisis we face, rises innovation and hope. But amid the challenges, solutions are rising. Solar panels light communities once left in the dark. Green buildings and clean rivers redefine our cities. Wind turbines spin new life into the air we breathe. And smart infrastructure connects people, purpose, and planet. This is the power of innovation.
Welcome to the 8th International Conference on Civil and Environmental Engineering for Sustainability. ICON CES 2025. On the 29th and 30th of September, 2025, leading minds will gather at the Sunway Hotel Big Box, Iskandar Puteri, Johor, Malaysia. This prestigious event, organized by the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Built Environment, University Tun Hussein of Malaysia, brings together experts from industry and academia across the globe. ICON CES 2025 is a platform to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and explore innovative solutions for a more sustainable Earth. With the theme, Advancing Sustainability, Innovating an Ecocentric Future with Engineering Excellence. Be part of the movement. ICON CES 2025, where knowledge meets sustainability.
Now we turn to the heart of today's program, the keynote session. We are fortunate to have with us three distinguished speakers who will share their expertise and insight on civil and environmental engineering in relation to sustainability. Let me brief a bit about our first keynote speaker of the day. Professor Ethnologist Dr. Norzila binti Osman is the professor at the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Built Environment at FKUP, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, UTHM. She obtained her Bachelor of Science Ecology from University of Malaya in 1997 and PhD in Civil Engineering from University Technology Mara, UTHM, in 2010. Professor Norzila started her career as a lecturer at UTHM in year 2000. He has taught civil engineering courses specializing in environmental engineering and management for undergraduate and postgraduate students. Her area of research includes wastewater solid removal, domestic wastewater treatment, and bioaerated concrete bricks. She has been awarded several universities, government, and industry grants for her research. She managed to graduate more than 10 PhD and master students from local and foreign countries. He has published more than 100 publications, which includes proceedings, journals, books, and articles in reputable journals, conference proceedings, and newspapers. Professor Norzila will be presenting on topic of potential of using agricultural waste in environmental approaches, which promises to offer new perspective and valuable insight on sustainable construction industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Norzila to the stage. Please welcome.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. My dear fellow, Dr. Rafida Hamdan, Dr. Hazruna as the Accountancy Chairman, the keynote speaker, and ladies and gentlemen. Here I am again, all right? So, okay, now I will be, it is me as the researcher. in the past I just helped my dearest adik, Dr. Rafida, because due to several congested things happening at the campus, without any delay, I was just now represent NC as the spoke ladies. So this is now I'm going to talk about my topic, which is in the area of environmental engineering. I know that today maybe not of us in the area of environmental engineering. I'm trying my best not to talk too technicals and let everybody at least acknowledge what are happening around us. So the topic that I'm going to share today is on the potential of using agricultural waste in environmental approach. Okay. These are the introductions. I will start by giving some introductions, talking on the various agricultural waste, on what are the sustainable benefits. Actually, for today, I'm going to share with you guys 3 of my PhD that going to be graduated in December, their research, hoping that this will highlight, especially for the postgraduate study, that looking for the potential of research in the future. The first one is using the oil palm pitchol for fiberboard wastewater treatment. The second one is on cassava field for municipal wastewater treatment. And then the third one is banana peel for textile wastewater treatment. Right. What actually motivated me to do the research? At first, when I just come back from my PhD in 2020, at that time, UTHM actually not yet established with high-end facilities. I was doing my PhD in organic removal. So in order to do inorganic removal, I need to have extensive high equipment in the labs. But I could not stop the motivation in doing research. That's why I was shifted from organic to inorganic. So at that time, what I'm looking is that where is the location of UTHM that can motivate me to start with something. So I know that UTHM is located not at the city center like Kuala Lumpur. We are at the rural area that's surrounded by what? Surrounded by many plantations. So and then when you talk about Pek Raja, what are very deep in your heart? That be as the signature of Pek Raja, right? That one of that is kerepek, right? Chips producing industries around us. So due to the chip producing, we have a lot actually of waste that we can gather next to our campus to reuse again in a more meaningful attempt. So basically, these are the various type of ways that we can found around the campus, like what is the bag of F-cup? Oil palm, right? So we have various waste from the oil palm, and then they are waste from the bio waste as well as the food chips waste. So what are the other things that motivate me? After being like 20 years being academic at UTHM, actually by staying at UTHM is allowing me to travel along, meaning that exploring other countries as well. When I go to our neighboring country like Thailand, nowadays I was so impressed with their cleanliness approach. Thailand nowadays is so much clean. You can see when you came from Hat Nhai towards the northern part of Chiang Mai, they are very, very clean. Yeah, so clean. In the past, when I was in my university time, Thailand may look different. So, and then today, maybe we do have our members from Indonesia. Indonesians also, surprisingly, when you go to Surabaya, Jakarta, there are a lot of public authorities attempt their approach, like in Indonesia, decentralize their waste reduction through local authorities are very, very good. We really appreciate. So, what about Malaysia? We are very rich in waste. So, what are we going to do the waste? How we can handle the waste to be more meaningful? Because as I used to tell my students, environment is giving free to us. So, whether we like it or no, if we want the environment to be more sustained in the future years, we need to put our love more towards loving by acknowledge whatever we have to be fully put it in a better way. So, I do not want to stress on too much on the benefit, because I know, ladies and gentlemen, you guys very well known what are the sustainable benefits of the waste. But as of today, whatever I'm going to share is more about how we can use the waste in water and wastewater treatment to be a better means rather than we just discard the waste. But at first, when I want to start to collect the waste, I will screen first what are types of waste that was bulk then and can easily be found near to the campus. Because if we would like to promote to the government, they want how much you can find the waste, because they don't want the research just stop for the research. So, to those that ask, you know what, you can have the glass of water. Maybe this is not your field, but I'm trying my best, not as I mentioned earlier, not to talk too technical. So, actually, this is my PhD student, Dr. Shafika. She was studying on absorptions of heavy metal from fiberboard processing wastewater using oil palm petiole. Why I was concentrated in studying on fiberboard? To those that are coming from UTHM, we know that the locations of our campus is very near to the one of the established fiberboard, right? Evergreen. And then me, Rafida, and the team of environment used to be called upon by the authorities of Department of Environment helping DOE how to help the industries managing not the air pollution but as well as the effluent pollutions, wastewater pollutions. That's why being their neighbor is sometimes scary, because we need to, we cannot just let the industry close their business, because we need to notice that our friends, many of our friends are working down there. But what we can do to, to tell them nicely what happening at their factory. When I start the research, unluckily I found that the wastewater having high heavy metals contamination in the past. That was maybe 5 or 7 years back. But Alhamdulillah, until now, what happens is that the process of soaking the fiberboard is already being shifted, not at Paraja, but they already shifted to Segamat, which is located at the isolated area. But this is not consultation. We give it free CSR to the industries with the attempt to make more benefit to the effluent discharge. So, what is it? Oil palm petiole? Petiole is what? Petiole actually the stem, the middle stem. So we have the oil palm. This is the petiole, the stem that was low in the middle, right? So my student actually, she study all. She study petioles, she study the leaf parts. But when we study, what are the most part can be the good carbon. That was, she tried everything, but at the end we focus on the petiole due to the high possibility to generate carbon. So in this research, basically what we did is that to turn the petiole into activated carbon, because the commercial activated carbons, the price are expensive. So in order to start with the research, as usual, few parameters should be optimized. So we are because actually sometimes people are asking me, what can trigger us to make it the carbon-oriented material as the absorbent material? So at first we will screen the material first. The things that we need to screen is that to ensure that how much actually the cellulose compound, because higher cellulose can trigger you that this material can be high possibility to be carbon. So these are the experiment that we underwent in the labs. The second one, we will run TGA, because why? To produce carbon we need heats, and then the temperature should be not too high or not too low. What happens if it's too high? If too high, meaning that you need to consume more energy. So these are the things that we run, and then we also run under the scanning electron microscope to make sure is there any possible clog pore, because if the pore is look like clog, when we burn it, the clog will develop more pores. So these are the basic experiment will be conducted in the labs prior to the carbon formations. So don't worry, I'm not going to explain as a PhD Viva. I'm going to try to, in optimization, basically in this research, we are focusing in removing 3 types of heavy metal, that was zinc, manganese and ferrum, because these are all the culprit heavy metals that present in the fiberboard wastewater. So of course we need to see the effect, what are the best dosage to be used prior to the actual application. So we can see that my student actually, she did both. Treat with, how does they produce the carbon? That particular petiole will be soaked in 2 different compounds. The first one is acidic oriented compound, and the second one is base oriented compound, that was sodium hydroxide, and we will see which one is perform well. That's why you can see in all of the graph, you can see 4 types of different graph. I keep my promise not to explain too technical and make you so wondering. So the second one, we need to study the pH. Why as an engineer you need to study effect of dose, effect of pH, and the third one, we study on the effect of contact time, and finally we also study the effect of initial metal ion concentration, because it involves the design. Once you would like to apply that in the pilot scale, whether you like it or no, you need to design in such a way how much to be added in the system, right? So whether you like it or no, these are various kind of experiment need to well explored in the lab. Nowadays, my dear student, because I know who see at the back are my dear, I know that various of methodology are already being developed using the mathematical approach. But for me, as a true scientist, I'm not so much scientist, but an old school thought of scientist, you cannot deny experimental, because modeling actually very deep in your heart, you already predict. Whether you like it or no, I will be more frankly in because once you do experiments, only you and the experiment knows well whether it goes positively or negatively, right? So I still believe on experimental work. That's why for all my students, whether they like it or no, they need to go to the labs, explore first. Don't just rely on the modeling, because modeling you on your own also can well predict it, right? All right. These are the temperature. Why actually I studied on the temperature as well? Because if this method would like to be applied not in Malaysia, once we wrote the journal, we need to tell the reader whether this process is suitable to be conducted in exothermic or endothermic environment or no. If then it could be duplicated in somewhere else. Alright, what does it? Basically, I know that you guys know very well. So look at the scanning electron microscope result. You can see that after the absorption, clearly we can see our metals actually already absorbed. What are my concern metal? Like mangan, ferrum and zinc. It already absorbed on top. Absorb meaning that jerap. It's not put it inside, just on the surface of the material. Then once you like, for those having the filter paper in front of your house, right? Then once people would like to do the maintenance, they backflush. These are the concept. But I just concentrate on the activated carbon, which is black in color. Alright, again, if we do research, people used to ask us, actually, how many times your material are well functions? Through her research, she already found out that it could be used until 5 times, then it will exhausted, slowly exhausted. Alright, then sorry, actually I already changed the slide, but it's okay. Actually, 2 of my students are doing on activated carbon, but she was doing different things. Sophia actually also will be graduated this coming December. Dr. Sophia doing what? Sophia actually engineer for Ministry of Health Malaysia. So it's just a very simple about her is that KKM do not know UTHM. That was my challenge having Sophia with me. A lot of things I should went through before she got the scholarship to study at UTHM, because in bidding of the scholarship, the ministry know UTM very well. But it's okay for me. When there is a challenge was put on top of my head, I will push the student more than usual. So that was my function as the supervisor, because people may sometimes denial of having UTHM to send their engineers study with us, because why? You guys as engineers, when you are being sponsored, you are not back with the PhD. So these are my challenge. But throughout her study, Sophia kept telling me, Doctor, I want to do something that could make people safe in drink water cycle. So I said, Sophia, what are you look at? She said that I'm look at material that when we use more, it could discharge the wastewater in more good quality. I said, what you use more in the field? We use so much alum. So at that time, I know that we want to do something that can reduce alum. Why alum? Because alum is among the material can deposit all the suspended solid and make your water become clearer. To the non-environmentalist, once you open the tap, what you want to see the water? Colorless, right? So more alum will be added if the water is high in turbidity or suspended solid. So this is what Sophia did. Also focusing on the waste. What is it? This is cassava, ubi kayu, cassava peel, right? So why is it cassava? Because if you want to turn something into representative of coagulant or flocculant, you want to analyze things that high in starch. Why high in starch? The more starch in the compound make your pollutant deposit more faster, and you can remove the water more faster. So the cost will be more cheaper, because in the case of Malaysia, whether you like it or no, water are very, very cheap. Alright, compared to, maybe you can ask your friend from Kurakusen, the water down there are very expensive. So when you buy things cheap, what you said? Okay lah, so cheap, right? So you can use more. So this kerepek ubi is among the famous kerepek that are cheap in enough price, so we can produce more. Sophia did slightly different, where she was studying if we use alum alone, is it good or no? This combine only the cassava peel, but this one, she actually modified the cassava peel. How she modified? She heat the cassava peel to make the starch come faster. So whether you modify or whether you combine together with the alum, it shows that the removal of organic ISO-OD, TSS and total phosphorate are good. So this again, what trigger her? Once we run under the SEM, it shows that it is bigger, agglomerate. Why we want bigger? So it can deposit more faster. And then it shows that those metal of concern already attached at your flush. So we already remove the metal together in the slush. So this also, when you run, you need to see first what are the zeta potential to make sure that treatment under acidic or alkaline conditions. And then I was speeding because I was told only just few minutes left. I'm so sorry, okay? So if you guys having things to ask, you can ask me later. So let's see. Okay, let's go towards the end. You can see that this is the native one. Look at the color, so much Pahit Raja, right? With the Prof. Anand pit soil, these are the color. But when we already treat it, that color become, so why we concentrate F or C? Because we see that the flock already formed. It means that high potential for the flock to be removed. So these are among the things that we study in the labs. So the final one is also on the product of activated carbon for Dr. Noshila. She was using this one, kulit pisang, banana peel. But the same goes to Sheila. She also need to optimize several things to make sure how much leading compound in the banana peel. And then, yeah, we also study on mechanism, but it's too much technical. To those who are interested, you can talk to me later. All right, okay, with that, thank you for your attentions that you give to me for the few couples of minutes. But believe in me, if you love environment, inshallah, Allah will love you more. With that, thank you very much.
So now I open the question from the audience. Any questions?
All right, but it's okay. Maybe you can mingle over the lunchtime. All right? Okay, no problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Norzila, for the informative and remarkable keynote speech. Moving forward to our second keynote speaker, let me share a brief introduction on our second keynote speaker, Dato' Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Asbi Othman. Dato' Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Asbi Othman is a Managing Director of Muhammad Asbi Associates in Durian Berhad. Dr. Muhammad Asbi has years of experience in slope study and research dating back from 1987 when he undertook inventory research of the KL-Kara Highway project. He led the study of slopes and development of integrated slope risk management system for the extensive Tamparuli Sandakan project, TSR for the JKR. Being renowned in the field of the slope stability, he involved in many slope investigation failures, but most notably, becoming a member in the government community and lead geotechnical engineer to investigate and advise in the tragedy of Highland Towers apartment collapse. He was also appointed by the Board of Engineers Malaysia to investigate the failure of anchored slope of Hill 10 North-South Expressway near Gua Tumpurong in 1996. He was also the principal investigator, advisor, and subsequent designer of the NKVE Bukit Lanjan roadfall in 2003. He then led the investigation of the landslide at Bukit Antarabangsa for the government and subsequently designed for the slope stabilization scheme. Dato Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Asbi Othman was also appointed by the CIDB as the chairman of the Technical Working Committee to establish the guideline for construction on peat and organic soils in Malaysia, which was published in October 2015. His experience from hands-on field soil investigation and undertaking design of foundation of various structures has established himself as a profound person in value engineering works where foundations were redesigned to achieve substantial savings to the project. So today, Dr. Muhammad Asbi will deliver a keynote address on sustainability in Malaysian civil engineering practices. So this topic is especially relevant to the theme of the ICONSIS 2025, and we are excited to hear his perspective and insight. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Muhammad Asbi. Please welcome Dato. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang saya hormati saudara pengerusi majlis, pengacara majlis, yang berbahagia Wakil Rasmi Naib Chancellor UTHM Profesor TS Dr. Norzila Uthman, yang dihormati Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Hazurina binti Osman pengerusi ICONSIS 2025, para pengucap tara dan ahli forum yang saya hormati, fellow speakers, yang dialu-alukan, Arkitek Adrianta Aziz, Managing Director of AR Rad Arkitek, yang dialu-alukan dekan-dekan fakulti dan wakilnya, barisan ahli pengurusan FCAP serta ahli jawatan kuasa ICONSIS 2025, barisan delegasi dari Indonesia dan Jepun, div-div kehormat, seterusnya hadirin dan hadirat yang saya hormati sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. I prefer to actually stand up in the middle to deliver my keynote address this morning. Actually, the topic of my talk today is sustainability in Malaysian civil engineering practices. I promise you that it is not going to be as technical as Dr. Norzila. So it will be very, very down to earth, and I think it's a lot more easier, much easier to absorb. Yeah, because in 30 minutes you cannot actually go into detail in a project. I will try to go as general as possible. To start with, being a professional engineer myself, a practicing engineer, it is always not easy to be a civil engineer. You want projects or development for the country's progress. At the same time, you have a very narrow corridor to actually make things happen, and sustainability is one of them. And of course, if you looked at, for example, global, how the international community looked at us, we would have, whether we like it or not, to actually take into account sustainability in most of our projects. And being a civil engineer, given that corridor, I think it is understandable that my children, they shy away from being engineers. They look at their father. They say, "There's no way I want to be engineers." So they want to be they want to go into finance, banking, economy, and that sector, then they would like to do something completely different to engineering. So in this short presentation, I would like to actually look at definition of sustainability, civil engineering practice in Malaysia, efforts to reduce vestiges and damage to the environment in civil engineering practice, sustainability benefit in project financing, and finally we can come to the conclusion of that. Now, the definition of sustainability from the perspective of Oxford Dictionary, it is actually the ability to maintain at a certain level or rate or level, and the avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance. Now, there are three elements that normally engineers look at. These are environmental protection and enhancement, economic development, and social progress. If you can balance these three elements, then you are actually achieve your goal in advancing sustainability in projects. Civil engineering practice in Malaysia involves infrastructure projects such as transportation, roads, highways, railways, MRT, ports, and airports. Transportation is actually very important, vital for our connectivity. I am going to actually explain a little bit on some of the major projects being undertaken in the country. It can be different from Malaysia as compared to Japan, for example, because we are still developing, and Japan is obviously a developed country already, so their focus could probably be very much different from what we have. And we also looked at water infrastructures. As population grow, you require more water. You have to dam up rivers to actually be a source of your water intake. And also raw water transfer. Unfortunately, in our country, there's some states are not blessed with much raw water. So raw water transfer like the one we have in the Klang Valley, if you probably have heard, raw water that goes to Langat 2, which was basically gracefully opened by PMX, our Prime Minister, last month. The raw water is actually coming from Pahang through a very long tunnel. Yeah? So these are the things that what we call mega project in water infrastructure. And also we have treatment plants. Treatment plant in, for example, I give you an example of the ones that PMX had opened last month, the Langat 2 Phase 1, which actually supply more than 1 million liters per day of water. Phase 2 is coming, is on blueprint, and that probably push the reserve to 2,000 million liters daily. So that's, and each phase 1 and phase 2, each one of these phases, it's actually costing the government 1.5 billion ringgit. So these are huge project in the water infrastructure. Of course, we have housing, landed and high-rise, schools, hospital, data centers, etc. And sewerage, of course, and flood mitigation. there's no point building all this, going through all this expensive development if we don't protect what we already have. You must plan to ensure that these properties or this development are safeguarded, and a lot of flooding actually occurs during a heavy rainstorm, and this damage a lot of properties, especially in the urban areas in cities like Kuala Lumpur. Smart Tunnel is one of the transportation comes flood mitigation project, a huge one in the country, and a blueprint, a planning inception is now being planned for Bandar Kuching. It's always flooding. The center of Kuching is actually all flooded when it comes to a rainstorm. Dalam bulan 12, Kuching will be underwater. So those actually are important assets to be safeguarded, because a lot of property losses come flooding. Now, in the Registration of Engineers Act 1967, I don't know how many people actually look at this booklet. This is the last revision of the Engineers Act, which is 2015. And in the Act, it says, I just take Regulation 24 from the Act. A registered person shall take reasonable steps to reduce foreseeable adverse effects of professional engineering services on the environment. So if you have been living in a house for a very long time, and suddenly, after more than 10 years, your house is flooded. Never before. It's flooded, and you get probably mud coming to your house or within the vicinity or neighborhood, and it must come from somewhere. If you probably look around and probably see upstream above your housing, there could be projects being undertaken. And what you can do if you have a complaint like that is to actually go to the site. You have a look at the signboard, project signboard. You actually look at who is the submitting person, the engineer who is responsible for the project, and you can lodge a complaint to the Board of Engineers Malaysia. And if there is a prima facie case against the engineer, the board will carry out investigation and can charge the engineer. If a registered person is found guilty of contravening this or other regulations, he could be given the following orders. Being a member of the disciplinary committee myself, so we know that if you contravene Regulation 24 on environment, you can actually be issued a written warning or reprimand, or you can be imposed a fine not exceeding 50,000. And sometime next year, 2026, they are going to revise this act, and they're going to increase that to 100,000 ringgit. The suspension of registration for a period not exceeding 2 years, so your practicing license can be suspended, and also the cancellation of your registration. You can be taken off the book. You cannot practice anymore. So it is a very serious case, and the board can actually impose any combination of these penalties. A lot can be done to reduce wastages and damage to the environment for sustainability in civil engineering practice, from the inception, planning, construction, and upkeep. So along the way, engineers are always be tasked to actually protect the environment and maintain sustainability. Number one, if you look at our country in the late 70s, the first major highway in Malaysia in the 70s is from Greek to Jelly, East-West Highway. So this East-West Highway actually was planned without much thought. At that time, we wanted a road. When I was in JK, I was heavily involved in this as well, in the planning and all that. Was actually to cut off the migration, or rather the movement of the communists at that time, so that with that road were cut off, because there is very close to the Thai border. But in trying to curb movement of the communists, we also curb the movement of wildlife, elephants, tigers, and so on. So this was not actually carefully planned project, but given it was done, our first one in 1970s, so you can understand the at that time, and that very much a earthwork over reliance. It's not much of a structural solution to the highway design. If you want to protect the environment, you try to actually emphasize more on structures, so that you are not actually changing the hydrology of the ground. You are not going to cut too many trees, but then it is expensive. The capex is high, but on the other hand, if you emphasize on earthwork, the operation cost, the OPEX is high, because you have to look after slopes, landslides, drainage, because you have a lot of those drainages and all that, because you are spoiling the natural hydrology of the ground. You're changing everything. But on structure, if you rely on structures, there's not much of drainage that can be that you can deal with. We can actually look at now latest technology, that which obviously I've always used now in the office, geospatial information system. You interface it with BEAM now for highway design. There are plenty of softwares out there like Quantum that you can actually experience a drive-through on the project. So on the right there, it's you can actually experience a drive-through as if the roads or highway has been completed. You can have a better horizontal and vertical alignment, a much more accurate design of earthwork balancing, efficient design of river and water crossings, more effective geotechnical design appreciation. If you have high quality LiDAR, or rather light detection and ranging, you have a very, very high resolution ground representation. And with such high accuracy ground representation, you can actually achieve a lot of things with your softwares. And a more effective drainage design, especially during construction. This one here, I've taken a picture from a kilometer, several kilometers away from Gunung Pas, which is the roads to the Cameron Highland. If you look at it, a lot of wastages because at that time, we emphasized on earthwork solution. So we had to cut. Initially, the cut slope was just a 4-berm slope with soil nailing, and eventually it failed a deep-seated ones. A lot of it is geological control, and this had actually moved into, it's Okay. It has already moved up, right up to the top, which is, the top of the ridge, and it's a massive failure, a deep-seated one. Now, there's not much can be done because it's a huge landslide. You can't actually put up any retaining structures. Even you want to put like bog pile contiguous wall, for example. These piles they just look like a matchstick. That's the size of the failure we're talking about. So over-reliance on earthwork is an example of the disadvantages of such a approach. Now we can actually, in projects, we can actually avoid environmentally sensitive areas, or ESAs. Water catchment areas, this is actually a source of your potable water. You don't want to do anything within the water catchment areas. The forest reserve, UNESCO World Heritage Sites, UNESCO Global Geoparks, national level geoparks, Ramsar sites, wetlands. There's a lot of flood mitigation. They want to do detention areas of water in Ramsar sites. Good luck to you. You'll never get the project approved. Or you can actually try to submit a proposal that actually touches on one of these sites. It's going to take years, if not impossible, to get approval from authorities. Social impact. Identifying, predicting, analyzing social consequences of proposed project, plan or policy, aiming to maximize positive impacts and minimize negative ones on communities and individuals. It involves understanding how a project affects people's livelihood in terms of their way of life, culture, health, well-being, and economic conditions, to integrate these social impacts into decision-making to ensure sustainable development and community well-being. Now, this is an example on the right where a highway is going to cut through a village. You might think it is no big deal, right? So if, say, Pak Haji, every day, he goes to the mosque or surau, he walks within just 100 or a couple of 100 kilometers, 200 meters away from his home. And suddenly you cut through his... So this actually affects him as a community in a village. You are splitting a village into two. So a lot of interactions with the villagers. How can I do this project and not affecting your way of life? You must integrate, you must ask, you must go with each one of these houses. You have to interview them and talk to them. Is it bringing more benefit or is it bringing more disaster to them? So this has to be weighed in and looked at. We need to actually avoid ecological sensitive areas. I have tried to submit a lot of projects through this, and I tell you, it's tough doing. It's not easy. And Professor Adnan, if he's here, he knows. Peatland now in most countries has become a protected site. It's our heritage. You can't really go through these areas. It has to be protected. And on top of that, you on peatland, the ground improvement or treatment that you have to do on such ground for engineering project is very expensive. So it's better to actually avoid if you can. I've been fortunate enough to be involved in one of the resort over water projects. and I learned through such a project, there is such thing as coral mapping. You have to, not me of course, you have to get marine biologists to come in and actually map the corals of the site that you want to do your resort over water. And you have to think through how you're going to construct it. For example, if you have to bring a barge in to this area to construct, then will the barge kill all the live corals? You cannot do that unless you come to the DOE and actually tell them how you're going to do it and how it will not affect these live corals. Wildlife protection, introduction of animal crossing on highways is now compulsory under Lembaga Lebuh Raya Malaysia's guidelines in pursuant to the DOE. So this is an example that is done in Canada, where animal actually cross the highway. Tadi kita cakap pasal, just now I was talking about Pak Haji, now you know animals need to cross as well. We haven't got something like this in this country. We have animals crossing under the highway. We provide the vehicular box culvert for them to go to and fro across the forest. Or if you remember, a few years ago there was a tiger killed on LPT2 near Kemaman. That was actually one of the rare cases. It's high population of tigers in southern Terengganu. Those are the areas that requires a lot of thinking when you want to do, when you want to actually cut across their areas. Yeah. And land gazetted by for orang asli, Aboriginal reserve land. If you come across this, it's better to actually avoid them completely. Even for an extra 2 or 3 kilometers, going around the land is better to actually avoid these areas. We also have to actually protect the biological environment. I was saying, East West Highway, the crossing, it is quite a common sighting where elephants crossing the road. Environmental screening where common flora, fauna, mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and avifauna, birds expected within the alignment area shall be identified. So it is not the design itself. Engineers can actually, at the touch of a button, can do your cut and fill balancing and all that. It's the initial part, actually choosing the corridor, that is very, very tough. And the protection status of each species shall be determined in accordance with the Wildlife Conservation WCA and IUCN, International Union of Conservation of Nature, red list of threatened species, proximity of forest reserve. You actually do not touch forest reserve. Even within the proximity of a few hundred meters, you have to actually carry out a special report to be able to get approval for that. Complying to MASMA so that during construction or even in the long term, the highway does not cause flooding elsewhere. Better design of drainage, management of runoff water, sampling of baseline river water quality assessment. This is very tough. Before you start a project, you must have a baseline. You check what is the quality of the rivers nearby within the catchment of your project, and your project should not actually fall below this baseline. Sikit-sikit tak apalah, but you have a baseline that you are targeting. Yeah. Better management of runoff water during construction, As you can see here, this is along Kesas Highway, and a construction nearby, a lot of siltation mud coming to the highway, actually clogging the drainage, causing flash floods. So if you're not actually managing its sites properly, and this is one example, like I said, you can go to the board and lodge a complaint against the engineer because he's not taking into account the public interest. This is actually public interest. Can you imagine the agony of having to actually deal with this traffic jam? You'll probably be stuck for several hours. So this is very unscrupulous, irresponsible engineer to actually allow this thing to happen. And bioengineering, we are emphasizing on bioengineering using micro-cultivation. Even rock slopes of class 2, 3, and 4, which is very acidic. If you do micro-cultivation, if somebody from the North Penang, if you go to Bukit Merah, on the right side of the expressway, the slope has been bare for many years, but I came and do the micro-cultivation, and you can look at it, it's all green now. So micro-cultivation is a better solution. I got 3 minutes left. That's not good doing all this development but not able to advance sustainability in the upkeeping or maintenance of the assets that you have. I've been fortunate to be working with Resort World Berhad in looking at the private road between Getin Sempah and the theme park or the casino up there. A very comprehensive hazard and risk maps to actually identify areas. They really protect their assets. It's a private road. You can drive very fast up the hill to Genting. You will never get police summons because this is private road. But don't tell them I tell you this. This is private road. It is not gazetted as government road, so you can actually speed. But don't speed. It's too dangerous to do that. So through hazards in highways, roads include landslide, pavement rutting, potholes, debris flow, and so on. If you can manage your slopes and potential danger areas, you do regimented inspection. You cannot just wait for failure to happen and you go and do curative works. You must do regimented inspection and regimented scheme to protect your cuts and your embankment so that you can do preventive works in the proper way and more effective way. So this is a picture from a Batang Kali landslide. If you know the most recent fatal landslide that had occurred where 31 people lost their lives, and 13 of them were children, and injuring 60 others. Can this be avoided? If you ask me, I think this incident could be avoided if you do regimented planning and looking after your assets. Now, sustainability benefits in project financing, you have given incentives as well. In large-scale water infrastructure project, I am one of the member of the board of directors of Pengurusan SAI Berhad, which is 100% owned by Ministry of Finance, MOF, and PAAP actually received 0.5% reduction in financing cost when they raise funds through Sukuk for Langat 2 water treatment plant and raw water transfer from Pahang. So each of these projects costs 1 billion. 0.5% is 50 million. If you have sustainability plan in your development, your cost of financing is also very much lower. So in conclusion, I want to say sustainability pays now and future generation for our children and grandchildren. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dato'. Is there any quick question from the floor? Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Dato', for your informative and knowledgeable presentation. Now it's time for our third keynote session, and I'm honored to introduce our keynote speaker, Yang Berusaha Professor Insinyur Dr. Sugiman. Professor Insinyur Dr. Sugiman is a professor of mechanical engineering at the Faculty of Engineering, University of Mataram, Indonesia. He obtained his PhD in 2012 from the Department of Mechanical System, Faculty of Engineering and Physical Sciences, University of Surrey, United Kingdom. Since 2021, he has held the position of Vice Dean for Academic Affairs at the Faculty of Engineering, University of Mataram. His research expertise lies in adhesive bonding technology and the damage modeling of adhesively bonded structures. He is currently focused on developing structural adhesive incorporating bio-based fillers for use in marine and civil engineering application. In addition, he is actively engaged in the development of finite element modeling tools that integrate progressive damage models with environmental degradation effects to predict the long-term performance of bonded joints, particularly in steel repair and concrete strengthening. Prof. Sugiman has published extensively in peer-reviewed journals, collaborating with researchers from University Tun Hussein Onn Malaysia and University Science Malaysia. He is frequently invited to speak at national and international conferences where he has served as both keynote and invited speakers. Today, Professor Dr. Sugiman will share his valuable insight on predicting long-term environmentally exposed adhesively bonded structures in civil engineering. Let's give a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Sugiman. Please welcome, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much for the moderator for introducing me to the audience. I'm from mechanical engineering basically, but we have a collaboration with one of my friends in UTHM in civil engineering to research about how to repair or strengthening a concrete and so on, steel, bridge and so on. So, and here I like to talk about predicting long-term degradation of environmentally exposed adhesively bonded structures in civil engineering. This is the overview of my presentation. Firstly, I like to talk about overview of adhesively bonded joints. This is just introduction, and then the application of adhesively bonded structures and edging of adhesively bonded structures. This is the main concern of the application of bonded joints. And then we talk about long-term prediction of the bonded structures. And here we introduce little about damage modeling water diffusion modeling, combined environmental degradation and mechanical damage, predicting residual strength of age, FRP, and stage bonded joint. This is for example. And the last is the conclusion. So I'm sorry if I a bit more detailed, but it is not going to be very detailed. Yeah. Okay. This is the application. This is the definition of adhesive bonding. Adhesive bonding is joining and assembling very structural part using adhesive. So this is only using very small adhesive, and it can bond many huge structure and so on. And here the advantages of the adhesive bonding. The first is able to join dissimilar metal. So and here we can bond metal to plastic or fiber reinforced polymer, or metal to ceramic or glasses, or if one metal to wood, or concrete to steel, and so on. And the second is the adhesive joint have homogeneous stress distribution compared to the bolted and riveted joint. You can see here in the this figure here. There's not. Oh, sorry. Pointer is, oh, it's not working. Okay. Okay, you can see the stress distribution in the riveted joint, because the riveted joint, it has a hole, many holes in there, and the end of the hole, it has a very high stress concentration, so it is very dangerous for the structure if the joint loaded in dynamic loading. But for adhesive joint, you can see the stress distribution is more homogeneous, homogeneous than the riveted joint. So it is this is the advantages of the adhesive joint. So the other is it produces lightweight structure and produce smooth surfaces and avoid metal corrosion and provide structural rigidity. So there are also some disadvantages of using adhesive joint. First is, of course, the strength is lower than the bolted or riveted joint, and the other is this has become the concern is it is prone to the moisture absorption and also to high temperature environments. So this is the limitation of using adhesive joint in structure. But yeah, of course, due to the limitation, many research are going to overcome this limitation. And this is the application of the adhesive bonding steroids. In civil engineering, you can see in this figure, this is some bridge, and it is strengthened using the carbon fiber, using bonded joint. I think it is what it's called. It is cheaper for rehabilitation than building new. And the other application is for piping repair using composite web, and also the column strengthening using CFRP, and also for wood joint structure, and also in turbine plate. This is I don't know, it's mechanical or civil engineering. I think food. And this is okay. I just mentioned before that the concern of application bonded joint is the edging. The edging is because in the practice, the structure is exposed experimentally, so the adhesive can absorb water from the environment, and the absorbed water can degrade the adhesive and also attack the interface of the adherent adhesive in here, and leading to the premature failure. So also if the absorbed water is not homogeneous, it will develop swelling. So swelling can cause internal stress in the adhesive joint. So it causes also what is called the inertia. If the stress is going high, the initial stress can cause premature failure. So this is the core of the long-term degradation prediction water supply joint. So this is the experiment we must do to get the properties that we use to model or to predict the display point structures exposed in environment. So as water absorption is time dependent, so experiment study is costly and consuming time, so it is not good for us. So we use finite element modeling to predict the long-term degradation. So to use finite modeling, we use this is called as quasi-visual model. Quasi-visual model is one of the many dominant model that this is very powerful to predict the dominant model, and it can be incorporated with the environmental degradation. So the parameter for predicting adhesive chain failure are, this is tensile strength and tensile properties or flux energies as function of water content and water diffusion parameter. So this is the experimental we conducted to get these properties. So on the tensile specimen, the DCP to obtain the G1C, the ENF, and flexure to obtain the G2C, and also we use single lab joint to validate the model. So this experiment we expose in environmental. Usually we immerse in the water to this is the first the worst case. So we will have this water uptake. So from water uptake we can obtain diffusion parameter and equilibrium water uptake. And then we can obtain also the tensile strength and Young modulus as function of moisture content. And also we have this data to later we will use to validate the model. This is quasi-visual model, so I will, this is not very detailed. The quasi-visual model is usually to model the fracture. This is proposed by the Barnblatt in 1962, and that stated that at the extended crack tip there is a quasi-fusion. Quasi-fusion is here, yeah, this is here, where fracture across the extended crack tip is progressing in gradual manner. So if you apply load in this, let's say this is DCB, there is stress in here or traction here, and then the traction will increase linearly until to the maximum traction where the damage initiation occur, and then after that the traction decrease after the damage occur until the separation occur. So this is the called the bilinear traction separation law. So this model we will use to predict the long-term degradation of the adhesive joint. And there are three parameters we use to characterize the quasi-fusion. First, interaction and the traction. The second is flux energy, and the third is stiffness. So every parameter here we have three modes: mode 1, mode 2, and mode 3. And I just said before that the damage can occur if the traction reach the maximum traction, and after that damage evolution occur, and during damage evolution the stiffness degrade according to this law. So this is the law for the stiffness degradation. So based on that we will degrade, we will incorporate with the environmental degradation. How to model the moisture diffusion? This is a bit technical, but this is just how to get it more easy. So this is the analogy between the heat transfer and the moisture diffusion. So this is the equation for heat transfer. This is the temperature change with time. And this is the formula, and this is the concentration of moisture change with time, and this is the formula. And both equation is similar, so we can have analogy. So temperature analog with the concentration, and the diffusion coefficient here analog with the conductivity and the what is that, the density and specific heat. So by setting rho and C unity, D will be equal to K. So this can be easily applied in the commercial finite element modeling, such as in abacus or ANSYS and so on. So this is how combine the environmental degradation and the mechanical coating. So basically, if we model the environmental degradation, we use two steps. The first step is etching or moisture diffusion, and the second step is mechanical loading. So based on that, we combine the coefficient with the environmental degradation. So after the adhesive absorb water, the properties degrade. So the degradation is about the stiffness or the modulus elastic degrade, the traction degrade, and also the fracture energy also degrade. So we model this, so everything is degraded here, and this can be inputted in the finite element modeling easily. So this is the example of predicting the residual strength of artificially glass fiber reinforced polymer with steel joint using coefficient model. So the step is, there are 6 steps here. First is characterization of moisture dependent mechanical properties. Second is etching of the adhesive bonded joint. The third is calibrating the coefficient model. Calibrating, we use the unaged or dry condition. Okay, yeah. I got 5 minutes. So this is the main point, and then after that I will skip. And the modeling, the moisture diffusion into the adhesive and fiberglass polymer, and 5 incorporating the moisture dependent properties with coefficient model, and the last is applying mechanical load on the joint. This is the specimen, and I use to get this water absorption adhesive properties, and also the glass fiber, and this is the specimen how to validate the model. And this is the moisture diffusion. I got, this is the left figure is for the adhesive, and the right figure is for the composite. So based on this figure, we can get what is the diffusion properties as summarized in table in table 1. So here, this is also the cohesive strength of the adhesive. So this is in dry and the edge, so the properties degrade. This is based on the experimental result, and this is also the mechanical properties of composite in dry and after etching time in 30 days. So based only from etching time in 30 days, we can predict for long-term duration until 90 days, often in more than 3 years, and so on. And this is the model, finite element modeling we use. This is the saying. This is the cohesive zone. Yeah, this is the model we use. And this is available in the abacus. And this is the result of spatial water absorption. This is the result of water diffusion. So you can see here that the water absorption increase with time. So until the water absorption reach the saturation at I think 28 days. And this is the comparison of predicted and experiment strength. This is in the single lab joint. So this is the dry experimental result. This is the wet experimental result. So this is very good agreement between the modeling and the finite the experimental RISA. So this is the shear strength of the single lobe joint. So you can see here the predicted is very good agreement with the experimental RISA. So based on this, the model we develop can be used to predict the long-term degradation of adhesively bonded structure very well. So this is the mode of failure. So this is the surface after the failure. So we can see that the crack propagate from here and from here. So based on that, the crack initiation started from the CFRP side and then from the posterior side. So this is the failure surface of the 8 joints until 90 days. And this is the animation of the model. So you can see the crack start from here. Yeah, the crack start from here. There is no crack here, but start from here until this is the peak point. Yeah, and after peak point, then it fell completely. And this is the contour of damage. So you can see the damage start to propagate from here. Then this is in agreement with experimental also, and yeah. And this is the stress distribution and damage profile, and this is the stress distribution before damage, and this is the stress distribution after damage and the peak point, and this is the damage profile. You can see that the stress is much higher on the CFRP side, so that's why the crack start from this side and then from here. I think enough. I think the conclusion. So classification model is powerful tool to predict the damage of adhesively bonded joint, and it can be combined with environmental degradation, and also it is not for single lobe joint. It can be extended to the other configuration, such as for many type of joint, because there are many type of joint sizes. In Hayton has a lot of damage model in concrete strengthening and maybe still strengthening. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sugiman. Is there any question from the floor? Tadi. Thank you, Professor Sugiman, for the inspiring presentation. Professor Sugiman is a good friend of mine. So when we did our PhD dated back in 2008. Eh? Wow. Wow. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kini tiba masanya untuk penyampaian cenderamhati sebagai token penghargaan kepada semua pengucap tama dan penganjur bersama untuk sumbangan yang berharga dalam menjayakan persidangan ini. Untuk memulakan, saya ingin menjemput Profesor Madya, teknologis Dr. Rafidah binti Hamdan untuk naik ke pentas bagi menyampaikan cenderamhati kepada semua pengucap tama dan penganjur bersama. Dijemput yang berbahagia Dato' Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Asbi Othman daripada Muhammad Asbi Association dan Berhad untuk naik ke pentas untuk menerima cenderamhati daripada kami. Seterusnya kami berjemput Profesor Teknologis Dr. Norzila binti Osman daripada Fakulti Kejuruteraan Awam dan Alam Bina Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia. Terakhir, kami ingin menjemput Profesor Insinyur Dr. Sugiman, Profesor Universitas Mataram untuk naik ke pentas. Seterusnya, sebagai token penghargaan sebagai penganjur bersama bagi menjayakan persidangan ini, dijemput naik ke pentas Associate Professor Dr. Tanikawa Dasuke daripada National Institute of Technology, Kosen, Hiroshima, Jepun bagi menerima cermata. Dan seterusnya Profesor Madya Dr. Wong Jingying daripada Universiti Nottingham, Malaysia. Terima kasih Profesor Madya TS Dr. Rafidah. Seterusnya saya ingin menjemput Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Hazurina binti Osman untuk naik ke pentas bagi menyampaikan cacah hati kepada panel forum dan wakil rasmi Naib Chancellor. Panel forum yang pertama yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis Dr. Sivakumar Chinasamy, Pengarah Urusan CSK Murni Services Sdn Berhad, panel forum yang kedua, Arkitek Adrianta Aziz, Pengarah Urusan AR Rate Architect PLT. Terima kasih. Dijemput Profesor Teknologis Dr. Norzila Osman, Wakil Naib Chancellor Universiti Tun Hussein On Malaysia. Terima kasih Profesor Madya Dr. Nur Hazurina binti Osman. Tetamu jemputan, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, dengan ini maka berakhirlah sesi pengucap tama. Saya mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada hadirin atas kerjasama sepanjang upacara berlangsung. Sekarang kita teruskan dengan sesi fotografi. Saya mohon hadirin berdiri dan hadirin di belakang mohon Yang depan tu duduk je, yang belakang tu mohon ke depan sikit untuk ambil gambar . So gambar akan diambil dari atas pentas. Please everybody. Move to the front, please. Please everybody, please. Terima kasih untuk sesi fotografi. Sekarang kita berehat untuk minum pagi selama 10 minit dan bersambung semula untuk sesi forum di Dewan ini pada jam 11 pagi. 11 suku pagi, 11.15 pagi. So untuk hadirin yang hadir secara fizikal, anda dijemput untuk menikmati minum pagi di luar Dewan dan kembali untuk sesi forum bermula jam 11 suku pagi. So sehingga kita berjumpa lagi, terima kasih semua.
and participants of ICON 6 2025. Welcome to these preliminary sessions. I'm Tong Yen Jing, a lecturer at University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. I'm honored to serve as your moderator. Today's sessions carries the theme, Advancing Sustainability, Innovating an Eco-Centric Future with Engineering Excellence. It is a pleasure to see all of you today, and I extend my warmest greeting to everyone to join us these important preliminary sessions on sustainability. Sustainability today is not just a choice, it is a responsibility. Around the world, rapid urbanizations, climate change, and the need for resilient infrastructure remind us that engineering and design must adapt to a new realities. And this session brings together three perspectives. From engineering services, consultations, and architecture to explore how innovation can drive eco-centric solutions that are both practical and impactful. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists. Starting from my left, sit next to me is Dato Technologist Dr. Sivakumar Chinasamy, Chief Executive Officer of CSK Murni Services Sdn Berhad. Dato Siwa holds a doctorate in safety engineering from the University of Leeds and master in environmental management from University of Malaya. Dato Siwa is also a proud alumnus of UTHM. With more than 2 decades of experience in environmental consultancy, demolition and sustainability, he is also a registered EIA consultant, an auditor with the Department of Environment, Malaysia, and an ESG specialist who has been instrumental in bridging industry and academia in environmental engineering practices. Please welcome Dato Siva, and thank you for joining us today. Next to him, at the center of our panels, is Dato Engineer Dr. Muhammad Azbi Osman, a highly respected geotechnical engineer with over 3 decades of expertise in slope stability, soil investigations, and foundation design. He has led a major investigations in some Malaysians' most well-known disasters, including the Highland Tower tragedy, the Bukit Lanjan rock falls, and the Bukit Antarabangsa landslide. He has also contributed to national standards such as the guidelines for construction on peat and organic soil in Malaysia. With more than 40 publications, he is widely recognized for his leadership, technical expertise, and value engineering achievement. Please welcome Dato Engineer Dr. Muhammad Azbi Osman. Thank you very much for being with us today. And seated at the far left, next to Dato Azbi, is Architect Adrianta Aziz, President of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, PAM, for 2024 to 2026, and partner at ARRAD Architects as well as ARN Consulting and Training, as ARN Consulting and Training is Malaysia's first architecture training company. Architect Adrianta graduated from UTHM and Oxford Brookes University. He has been actively involved in architectural and place-making initiatives since 2000. As a certified trainer, he has been monitored more than 800 young architects and has been shaped architectural discourse nationally and regionally True Palm, and Acacia. He also a sought-after speaker internationally and the creator of the television programs Project Urban, championing innovation and public awareness in built environments. Please welcome Architect Adrianta Aziz. Thank you very much for joining this preliminary ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our preliminary sessions. I will start with Dato' Siva. Dato', from an engineering services perspective, what are the most practical innovation that can be adopted today to balance cost efficiency with eco-centric sustainability in civil and environmental projects?
Very good morning. Thank you, moderator, and all the distinguished guests. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this program. As mentioned, I'm one of the alumni of UTHM. All right, so coming back to the question, actually this is a very relevant question as for the timing. All right. So the question mentioning about sustainability and I think about costing.
Yes.
Okay, sustainability and costing. So first of all, we must understand, I am being an environmental consultant. Normally I advise my clients, for my friends, whoever I meet, because environment is something that we can see. Right? We cannot hide environment. Meaning if we are embarking on a new projects, especially at the urban side. If it is rural, okay, we can hide something. But in an urban area, I think everyone can see. Everyone want to comment. Everyone want to give feedback. So this is where the sustainability become very important. All right, for a project to be, maybe it's end up for 3 years. Can I give you one example? Why sustainability is very important? All right, for any ongoing project in urban side, assuming there is a soil erosion. All right, soil erosion is something that we can see, we cannot hide. All right, so immediately what will happen is will jeopardize the image of the contractor or developer. All right, that's why we need to work hand to hand. We need to understand what is the impact of any project at construction site. Okay, particularly about construction, we need to know what is the impact. So by identifying the impact, the contractor must do a lot of preparation. This is where the planning comes in place. Of course, when we talk about planning, budget will come along. So most of the contractors, just to be frank to you, in Malaysia, they don't want to follow. So sometimes we as a consultant, we don't know where to cite to the contractor or developer or to the authority. All right, this is where we become the triangle, you know, we sit in the middle. But this is where we, okay, as academia, you know, expert, we are here. This is our duty to make sure the project taking in a very systematic manner. Some of the projects involved with the EIA, environmental impact assessment, the government already given all the conditions to fulfill. This is where we as a consultant, we make sure the contractor taking the place. So coming back to the innovation, what are the innovation? Because innovation is something we need to think in a very simple manner. We no need to put, crack our head. Innovative nowadays, because even the school children can become more better innovator. Right? So innovation is something you just need to put extra attention, 5% or 10% of your total effort for the project. Assuming the project will generate a lot of waste, for example, we need to think from the initial stage of the project, how we can design, make sure the project never generate waste. So waste minimization is one of the innovative thinking that we need to put in place. All right. Second, let's say the waste has been generated. What we can do? So there's a waste minimization hierarchy we can follow. First we design and then we reuse, recycle or treat it. This is one of the way. And for example, the project site generating a lot of emission. Okay, now we are talking about carbon footprint, right? Okay, so how we can minimize the generation of the CO2 emission, all right? Also, we need to do planning, all right? So these are the things that we need to pay attention, and it has to be very serious. Because I was working in a construction since 2003 until now. I'm still involved in construction. I've done many projects, namely Penang Secondaries, ECRL, I'm one of the key consultants, all right? LRT, MRT. I involved in many projects, and at present we are involving around 20 small-scale projects. Even at the Batu Pahat, Pari Raja, I'm the consultant as well, okay? I'm very gifted to be a consultant during the project. So this is what we are actually telling to our contractors, developers. In Malaysia, we are one of the best country where we have a lot of regulation in terms of environment. Okay, we are proud to tell, because I attended the summit within the ASEAN, many countries actually they are very happy with the Malaysian regulation in terms of environmental management, conservation. But how are we implementing? Are we implementing through our heart or not? So I remember when I was managing Penang Second Bridge, the owner of the project is Jambatan Kedua Sdn Bhd. Just want to share to you. So he reminded all the consultants that been appointed for this. He said, don't put your mind, put your heart into the project, because you have to consult the project to make sure the environment is managed and conserved. So in terms of budget, government already allocated. So what's wrong with the contractor and developer? Money is given. Why not you implement it? This is where we as a consultant, we make sure the project is taken in a proper way, and whatever best management practices that are outlined in the environmental impact assessment to be followed thoroughly, okay, to make sure environment is preserved. Because we do not inherit the earth from our parents, but we borrow it from our future children. So I think this statement will make us to think, where are we now? Where are we now? Are we really putting our effort? All right? So here most of us are academia, right? Industries and expertise, all right? Ex-government agencies. This is where our role need to be enhanced. We need to touch their feeling towards environment. I think this is the moment. Otherwise, we cannot get the sustainability. And it will affect the cost that we are looking for. All right? Any project, there is a zero cost overrun. I remember when I was working in the construction, one of the objectives is zero cost overrun. How to make sure zero cost overrun? We need to put some extra amount to preserve the environment. I think I basically addressed your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siva. So I do agree with you. Actually, innovation is not difficult. We can start from a very simple of 3 R's, and then, but anyhow, when we want to do, have to think, when we think about the sustainability, we have to do from the heart. I do agree with that. Okay, next I would like to turn to Dato Azbi. Let me turn to you. Based on your consultancy experience, what do you see as the biggest engineering challenges in preparing a large-scale infrastructure project to withstand natural disaster, such as floods, landslide, or earthquakes?
Hello. I want to give just a very short response to that. Basically, I think Malaysia is actually, you can consider Malaysia as a developing country. We need a lot of connectivity, a lot large-scale projects to be undertaken, as I outlined in the presentation this morning. sometimes, you know, at the inception stage, we have to think a little bit outside the box. I truly believe that, you know, when the project is handed over to the engineers, a lot of it actually comes from the government, and these are not actually carefully or detailed feasibility is not given much attention. I give you an example. A lot of our highways, for example, linking North-South Expressway to Cameron Highlands, or you get the Lebuh Pantai Timur, LPT1 and LPT2. Just take these two mega projects, for example. When it is passed down to the government has already decided. I want to break this into 9 packages. From Simpang Pulai to Cameron Highland, Simpang Pulai is very much at almost just several meters above sea level. Cameron Highland is way up there. And when you break up to 9 packages, you give it to different people to work on it. Consultant, there are 9 different consultants working on it. And the first consultant, phase 1, package 1, is very much on the flat terrain. And the second one has to take over from that point, and probably, you know, several years later when the budget comes in, they launch a second package, and the second consultant has got a starting point from where the first package has left, and to do it to the second package, then and so on up to the Cameron Highlands. Can you imagine the amount of earthworks that is needed when you actually carry out inception and planning that manner? Because if the first package is just doing at grade, or, you know, very little climbing, because you got point A which is down there and point B. Now when you actually do more or less a flatter terrain in the first phase, the subsequent phases has to deal with a very steep terrain to get up to Cameron Highland, isn't it? Why don't you start climbing from the beginning? You get what I mean? You think about it, from Simpang Pulai to Cameron Highland, they're different elevation, and you need horizontal distance, because JKR will not accept certain maximum steepness that you can climb. So you need horizontal distance. But if you have lost the climbing at the beginning, few packages, the subsequent one is going to be a tough call, because that will involve a lot of earthwork. So if you actually plan climbing from the very beginning, I know Malaysia is not blessed with a lot of funds to start with, but at least at the beginning, appoint somebody to actually look at how the inception stage, feasibility stage, the overall planning. You can divide into 9 packages, but there must be somebody at the beginning to actually provide an initial feasibility to ensure best practice is you can minimize earthwork and so on. And it's a mess now. If you look at Simpang Pulai Poslim, it's a mess. There's a lot of cutting, excess surplus is being dumped at the sites, erosion taking place, it goes to the river system, it's polluting everything, our waterways and so on. Lebuh Pantai Timur, what happens to LPT? LPT is the same situation, but not, the climbing is the problem, but the contractor is saying, so the government is saying, I want to give to 12 contractors, so that everybody can cari makan lah. Huh? But how is this done? Is it the best way of getting contractors to actually carry out each one of these packages? Contractor in package 1, he has a lot of filling to be done, so he has to get imported earth. Package 2 got surplus earth, but they're not talking to each other, isn't it? Because contractor A will import from somewhere. Package 2 contractor is thinking, hey, I got surplus earth, which he could have given to the first package. So all this coordination, inception is not done in the proper manner. Just now we heard from Mr. Dr. Sivakumar about the need to actually do it properly. I've gone a little bit more detail in the sense that giving examples probably you can appreciate it more in terms of doing it, thinking a little bit outside the box, thinking as the whole project as a whole, not just breaking it up into packages, trying to please too many people in doing this. You can do that, but you must have proper inception at the beginning. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asbi. You have highlighted that the view of challenges when we have a big projects. So the collaboration and coordinator among the projects, among the contractors is vital, especially at the early stage of the projects. So that's to make the projects goals successfully, at the same time sustainability. So I thank you very much. So now I will move to Architect Adrianta. Okay, from the architect's perspective, architecture play a central role in shaping sustainability city. How can architects balance cultural identity, modern aesthetics, and eco-centric design in urban built environments?
Thank you, Ms. Tong.
Thank you very much for your so impactful insights. Dr. Architect Arianta has already highlighted aesthetics for the cities is not just outlooks, but it depends on we have to base on the culture, the practicality, and also the beauty and also liability, okay, of the city. Okay, so now I would like to turn back to Dr. Siva. Okay, beyond the innovations, collaboration is also, we say that is a crucial. How can the industry players work more closely with academia to ensure that sustainable engineering practices move beyond the research and also into a real-world application at scale?
Okay, good afternoon. I think this is one of the relevant questions. All right, and it's a time for us to collaborate. All right, so like me myself in the industry, so we have a lot of experience working in many projects, and we do work with the polytechnic, secondary school, primary school, and as well as university, internally and internationally. All right. So what I can see, actually there is a gap. Okay. Based on my experience, I noticed there is a gap. It is the right time. Industry people must work together with the academia. All right. Academia, they are actually strengthening the theories. All right. So they want to prove this theory, this formula. But when we are at the industry, we forget about the theory. All right. We want to produce the result. We are working towards the result. All right. We are realizing the projects. All right. We forget about the theories, fundamentals. All right. So what we can do is actually we need to collaborate. We can be like we can take student for internship. So like me, I'm taking a lot of students, okay, to my company from various university, polytechnics as well. So this is where we can see a lot of changes to the student, okay, when they collaborate, academia and industry collaborate. It's a win-win situation for us, all right? And same thing, I think academia will come up with a lot of technologies, all right? Maybe they use this formula. Okay, just now we saw one of the presentation from the prof from Indonesia. He's trying to show some what it is theoretically, and he has done some analysis. But the industry is the right place, okay, to test whatever has been studied, all right? So this is where I've seen many students from university, they join us, they follow us to any project site. There we can teach them. Actually, the theory says this. All right? So it actually will make them to understand better. So that's first point. Second, when the technologies are introduced, we will use the technology by using certain equipment, because industry we need to have a lot of equipments with us. So we will use the equipment, they can see immediate result, and once they saw the result, they said, hey, I cannot forget about it. Right? This already instilled properly to my mind. Okay. Then what else we can do? Actually, it's like we can collaborate with the university, bring their technology to international level. Okay, this is my intention now with the UTHM. We want to bring, okay, some technologies that from UTHM to some of the countries that we are talking at the moment. If it is materialized properly, so it will enhance the image of the university as well as for the students. All right. So beside that, at the university level, okay, we can check the syllabus. Okay, this is what we actually doing as well. All right, because we know what are we practicing. All right. So in the past, there are few things that we commented. Okay, so maybe academia didn't see, okay, the actual implementation at project site, actual things that to be explained to the students. So when we work together with the academia, students, these are the gap that we can close. So I think basically that's some of the idea at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Siva. So, Dato have been highlighted how the partnership between the academia and industry, how to work together, especially into the syllabus, okay, so that our future generations can adapt and also have this knowledge to apply in a practical way. So next I go back to Dr. Azbi again. Okay, I would like to ask, how can emerging technologies such as AI or BIMs or any like smart monitoring systems that be leveraged to improve the disaster risk reductions or even early warnings, and also resilient design in Malaysia or maybe or for the wider regions?
Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. I have touched quite a bit on the AI, the BIM, in order to improve our appreciation towards a project. You undertake a lot of initiatives to get a very accurate representation of the ground. Nowadays, you know, you got a lot of technology. You see, BIM is just a tool. If you put in wrong information, then, you know, you're not going to get efficient design anyway. So, very important to get a good representation for large infrastructure project that involves a lot of cutting, changing hydrogeological conditions of the site. It is always good to emphasize on reliable, high resolution ground information. And technology nowadays, like LiDAR, there's so many LiDAR technologies now. You have UAV LiDAR, but my experience has been the best captured data is actually helicopter LiDAR, which can scan. And nowadays LiDAR can be very what do you call it? Very high technology. It can shoot down 1 million over pulses a second, which means that if you stand under the canopy of a forest, if you can still see the blue sky, tiny bit of blue sky, the LiDAR can penetrate the canopy and get a very good ground representation. And that reduces a lot of wastages in your design, and as such, you're going to get a very good what do you call it? You're driving sustainability in your design and planning. On the question of risk reduction and all that, I also mentioned that I have done as a consulting practicing engineer, I have done a lot of risk ranking, hazard and risk regimented study on several major highways and roads in Malaysia. North-South Expressway, Genting resorts, the roads from Genting Sempak up to the Highland, temporarily Sandakan Road, KL Karak Highway. So these are very, like I said, you know, we put the infrastructure there, and it is always best to actually have a regimented way of looking after. For example, if you look at your room where your office is, you know, you have a table, you have a chair, you probably have a sofa. If you don't inventorize your assets, how do you maintain them? So you must inventorize your assets. And now plus, for example, after much persuasion, they have flown over the whole Plus Highway, and they know exactly where are the signboards, they know where are their road furniture, everything. So by knowing all this, then it is a lot easier to actually manage your assets, manage your data. Now the warning system, a lot of technology now is nothing without any statistical data. I have been approached by Resort World 10 years ago to carry out early warning for any disaster for all their assets from Genting Highland right down to Genting Sempah. And what they want to do is this, because they are private road, they can do whatever they like. It is still the safest road that you can travel on. The reason why I say that is this: if they have green, amber and red alert, so we have devised such a situation. When you have green, is safe to travel, and when you have certain rainfall, it's on real time. I can even pick up my phone and know exactly how much rain at which kilometer along Genting Road. When you have a certain combination of antecedent rainfall and certain intensity, warning alert will come out. And when you have red alert, road will be closed and people on the highway will be directed to a safe haven. They've done it up to that level. So this warning system is nothing unless you have a very strong statistical data. How do I set up threshold? You don't want to actually have red alarm too often. Then people say, apalah, every time red alarm, nothing happens, Or, you want to be a little bit unconservative, that you want to actually allow people to go in, and your alarm system is, the threshold limit is so high, something happens like debris flow and all that, a lot of people will get killed. Well, you don't want that also. So what do you need? You need statistical information. You need to monitor over several years, over a few rainstorms that caused landslide, not only on Karak Highway, but along that region, Bentong, Kuala Lumpur. You have to catalog all the failures. Catalog the failures meaning there are debris flows, there are shallow slides, there are landslides, and what kind of rainfall actually trigger such failures. Then you have very strong statistical data to form a threshold for your warning system. So I think with all BIM and all that, I think the warning system actually comes into play and only become useful if you have very strong statistical data. It takes years to develop, but it is something that is worth doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aspi, for your explanations on how the technology is so powerful in order to making our infrastructure and our cities become more safer. Now let's turn to you, Architect Adrianta. Okay, we know that the sustainability in design often depends on the client priorities. So, what strategies do you believe are the most effective in encouraging clients and developers to prioritize sustainable architects, especially when the upfront costs are a concern?
Very good question, Ms. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Architect Adrianta, for your very impactful idea and also insight. So, remind us about the sustainability is about dialogues, and is the educations that we need to focus that, and it is a long-term visions. And so that we want to ensure that everybody and also the clients see, or even developers see the value beyond the initial investment, so they can see what is beyond the initial investment for the future generations, right? Now I think I have a little bit of time. Okay, I would like to open the question from the floor, maybe 1 or 2 questions. Any question from the floor? Yes, Dato' Abdullah. Maybe the mic. I pass the mic to Dato'.
Thank you, Session Chair, for giving me the opportunity to ask, or rather to share my concerns with the 3 very energetic speakers, panel members. A big applause for all the 3 speakers. Memang hebat. I would like to direct my comment first to Dato' Asbi. This is more of my concerns rather than asking you questions, probably points to ponder for discussions. If you notice, the construction or the building of highways in Malaysia, they are very superb. I think it's considered world-class highways in Malaysia. But the highways in the KL city center, when the first the building of highways is supposedly to ease the traffic congestions in Kuala Lumpur, to disperse the traffic. But some of the highways, I notice it is more of rapid dispersal rather than control at source. I take example. I can recall what is the highway from Ceras to Istana Lama.
SPE. Is it?
SPE ke? SPE, yeah.
Suka.
Not Suka. Suka another problem. I start with the SPE. Okay. Supposedly the highway is to ease the traffic congestions in Kuala Lumpur, quote unquote lah. But as a frequent commuter, I'm commuting from Bangi to Kuala Lumpur last time, before I pension. Before the highway, I can travel for the Sungai Besi to Museum Negara stretch, maybe around 15 minutes. But after the highway merge the Sungai Besi to Jalan Istana Lama, at the Jerat Cina tu, I take longer time to reach my office. Because why? The additional traffic volume, additional traffic volume from Shamelin area, from Pandan, from maybe part of Cheras, they join together, making the more the merrier traffic. So I can see this is actually not a problem solving, but transferring the problem from the Shamelin area, transfer the problem to Kuala Lumpur City Centre. This my comment lah, Datuk. Bukan pertanyaan. So I can see the design of that highway probably they didn't meet the TIA lah. Because I myself personally, I experienced the bad traffic congestions at the confluence of Jalan Sungai Besi and Jalan Istana Lama. That's number one, Datuk. Banyak ni nak tanya ni. Kalau kita ambil the concept of problem solving, it should be a total solution, not just transferring the problem from one area to another, Datuk. Okay, now I move to Architect Adrenta. Banyak dia punya jargon ni. Bombastic words.
Dato', maybe I can answer your question first.
Oh, okay.
Because it is still fresh.
Alright.
Nanti kalau you tanya soalan for our architect here, then everything that you have mentioned, and for me to answer, I dah lupa kadang-kadang.
Alright, okay.
You know, being a man of 65 years old, your memory tend to be a little bit, you know, orang lain semua 500 gig dah, saya masih 100 lagi. So anyway, Dato', thank you for the question. Very, very relevant indeed. What we fail to sometimes appreciate is that you can't actually beat congestion in urban areas through more highways. That's one thing we have to accept. You know, you have to actually get people to learn to be more minimalist. I know of our weather is not very, you know, accommodating, but with all the MRTs, LRTs, there must be huge encouragement to actually take this public transport. And that's what the government is doing anyway. So they cannot just do highways. You know, Dato', you know why urban highways are so popular? You know why? Because they are always viable. The volume of traffic is always there. So from financing point of view, the ROI is always there. The return of investment is always there. For me to actually propose a highway, I have to go through VE, VM with Lembaga Lebuh, and I almost have to camp at a hotel with Lembaga Lebuh for about a week, trying to justify I have the traffic. Because what the government is doing through UCAS is you propose a highway, even though it's a concession. If you fail to get the traffic and the toll is not able to pay for your debt with the bank, and you go down underwater, the government has to bear. So the government is very careful with this. They want to see your traffic is there, your traffic count is real, not actually made up at a coffee shop. It's real, and to make sure you survived. Because the government don't want to come in and rescue you. I mean, but if you go down, the government has to come and rescue you. And the government don't want to do that. So Satu lagi soalan yang the second one. You see, I forgot already. What's the second one, Datuk?
Transferring the problem from one
Okay.
place to from one area to another.
So what the Lembaga Lebuh Raya government is doing now, they have both not just urban crossing. It's not just urban crossing, but they are trying to do the outer ring road as well. The East Klang Valley Expressway, which was opened by PMX also last month, is an outer ring road. So hopefully that can disperse a little bit outside KL. The one that was done by JKR, which is MRR2, is considered an outer ring road. The earlier one in the 70s, what you term as ring road, the first ring road is Jalan Tun Razak. Then you have MRR2, a toll-free road done by JKR. It is not enough. Now you are going to have EKVE, which is outer ring road that will connect Bangi and so on. But hopefully, I'm also keeping my fingers crossed that the government would spend a little bit more planning and time in developing highways on the outer ring road, letting the vehicles to bypass the city rather than coming to the city if they want to go north to the east and so on. So, but then again, Dato, thank you for the answer, for the questions, and I hope to a certain extent that will answer your question.
Belum Datuk, ada lagi.
Ada lagi.
Datuk, I just tambah sikit statement to share to our researchers and academia, which I just found out here. The population in, just said KL population, human being lah. Now, 2024, we have 2.0, then we'll reach to 9.8 million by 2030. Maksudnya, human population in KL itself, compared to vehicle population, is bigger. Let me share with you, Datuk. Again, ni pasal baru fresh came from Osaka kan. When you see Japanese, the people Japanese, they accept the public transport now. Can you imagine when we went to Osaka Expo, kalau in KL, I imagine, let's say in stadium in Ceras tu kan, traffic jam kan, but there, they don't allow individual transport there. They have to park like 2 kilometers away and then use public transport to come to the expo. So my response, just with due respect, Datuk, Malaysia ni is about mindset. It's about our culture. So I leave it to the researchers, academician. What do you think? Malaysians have this stigma that if possible, go to any shop, if you can park in front of the shop or in front of the house, that's it, your car will be there. So that's my echo to you. Thank you.
Satu lagi tu, kalau saya boleh tambah tu, sikit lagi, saya nak tambah, because it's quite a hot topic actually, Dato'. I mean, kita ni Malaysians, Malaysians, don't like to pay more. Kalau tambah tol ke, even now we're talking about Ron 95 is such an issue for a long time. Promise is not delivered by this government and so on. It's viral. It's been what do you call it? Rungutan rakyat. Public is making a big hoo-ha out of it. But we have not come across the government. I mean, I have discussed this with the top government agencies, with MOF. They were actually calling panelists, to give an input. They're saying, how to reduce congestion in Kuala Lumpur? And one of the methods used. Dato', when was the last time you were in London, Dato'? Do you know when you go to a certain area, there is a congestion charge? Yeah. And it's very expensive. I mean, when you go to London, you don't multiply by 6 lah, because multiply by 6, you can't move. You don't go anywhere. So congestion charge, even is booted out. And in Jakarta, in Bandar Raya, if you have been to Jakarta, do you know that they alternate? Hari ini odd number, even number cars. Tomorrow odd number cars. You come into the city, you're going to get it. So a lot of ideas come out, but are you going to implement it? Government dare not even mutter it out at the moment, because they want to encourage people to take public transport. But when this thing is muttered out, and you know the public outcry, you're going to be huge. But whether soon there will be one of these will be implemented. Satu lagi Dato', you know the congestion, kalau you tengok, you come from Bangi, you live in Bangi, right? Early morning, where is the congestion? Your Toll Plaza. First of all, Sungai Besi. Soon they're going to be multi-lane fast flow, or it should be multi-lane fast flow, MLFF, but they don't want to go, sorry, it was supposed to be multi-lane free flow. So dia tak nak sebut multi-lane free flow because dia takut the public think, this lane is free. So no, it is not. Now they changed the MLFF to multi-lane fast flow. So it's just gantry and all that. There'll be losses to the concessionaire. There'll be people faking number plates and all that. There will be no gantry. You just go poop, and it will be captured. It will be charged with your into your credit cards and all that. It's coming. It's coming. I don't want to reveal because I've already discussed. I don't want to reveal which company gets it because I already know, and it's not the place to mention it because I'm in Johor, and our king is from Johor, so it's not the best to actually discuss this. But it has been decided. It's coming. So your Bangi to KL will be smooth flow through Sungai Besi. And you don't need that number, the very big number of lanes. You only need 3 or 4 because nothing stops you, just gantries. Okay, thank you.
Boleh sambung Datuk. The pointing fingers game, as you mentioned just now, the Plaza Toll Sungai Besi is actually from how many? Maybe 10 or 12 lanes in the Plaza Toll, then get into the DBKL punya jalan tu tinggal 3 lanes. Kat situlah dia punya tu. Tapi can it be we do something like the Lok Yu during peak in the morning, peak hours in the morning and also in the afternoon, we have the tidal. But according to Plus Highway, when I asked them, they said DBKL very hesitant to cooperate with Plus. Betul ke?
Dato', I to a certain degree I agree with you, but you must understand this, Dato', you just mentioned to me earlier in your questions that you are basically transferring traffic from one point to another. You do contraflow in KL, which is already congested. You're going to move it to KL. You contraflow, the point where they verge, like Kesas, it's going to be jammed. There's no other way. So, you know, it's a tough decision to make.
Increase the facilities, the public transportation. Itu yang betul sebenarnya. Increase the number of lines. Imagine Shibuya, Shinjuku, dekat stesen yang satu tu pun ada 35 lines. Kita KL Central cuma ada 5 lines. Only 5 lines. Kalau kita ada 35 lines, we will solve the problem of congestion.
I hope the government, we are moving towards that. Dato', like I said, you know, every year we have a certain budget, we don't call it Rancangan Malaysia. So we are still developing. So hopefully, you know, we are getting to the level of the Japanese, and the Europeans when it comes to this, because they've got everything. Baru ni, Dato', I was in London 2 weeks ago, and there was underground strike.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, you know the congestion. Sampai I pergi mana berjalan kaki. I had to literally walk, and it's, I mean, good exercise for me. But you know, hopping, it's completely closed. All the underground station for about a week. So that was a bad timing. And suddenly the share for Uber, Bolt, semua naik. So those are the time when, you know, you really appreciate this public transport. Kalau tidak, you know, nobody appreciate public transport. Even everybody KL ni nak drive sendiri.
Yeah.
And if you look in the morning when you drive, everybody single driver. Tengok, mana orang lain semua single driver. We never like to share transport. That's what make congestion a tough thing to actually deal with. When we do not educate, like we say, our public, we need to educate. If you really need to go to the office to move, during office hours you need to move somewhere, go to meeting here and there, pakailah pool car with the driver. I start doing that. All my senior managers, I kata, no, don't bring your car here. You come here with public transport, you use pool driver, because not everybody have a meeting. Kan? So you got about 20 senior staff sharing 3 drivers, you know, 3 cars, and they're happy to do that. So efforts must be done to do to that extent as well. We, the public, are responsible to contribute towards this.
Okay, short one for architect Adrianta, and also for Datuk Siva. Sikit je. I like your your tagline, the purposeful of modern aesthetic. That if we face challenges in front of us, we go back to basic fundamentals. Tapi kita dalam dewan ni mungkin ramai student architecture, betul? Tak ada. 3 orang je ya. Saya itulah, kalau boleh kan, arkitek kita, future arkitek lah, janganlah design rumah di Bandar Baru Bangi sama macam dekat London. London tu ada 4 seasons. Kita buat banyak sangat open space tapi underutilized. Yang tu nanti saya cerita kemudian lah masa minum ke apakah. Okay, for Datuk Siva. Mana tadi saya tulis? Okay, the concept of innovate or perish. How do you see? Tak nampak lah pula. The use of, I have been talking NBS, nature-based solution, since 2018 when I deliver my keynote in Myanmar about the use of NBS for our sustainable environmental engineering projects lah. So in last week I attended a seminar. They are talking about the black chicks. I'm actually peminat makan kacang. Yang ni dia pakai kacang to to treat the wastewater. So the innovation that have the potential in Malaysia should be encouraged lah. More and more. Okay, thank you all the panels.
Thank you very much. So maybe I pass to architect Adrianta.
Well, okay, I mean, again, architects, when they design, obviously they will respond to the environment. I think what Datuk tried to refer is sometimes, somehow, when the project has been designed, we facing the challenges when passing to the end owner, kan? They don't know how to operate, and then the maintenance issue. So again, we do our best wherever we design. Nowadays, architects have to sit down with the communities. What's the feedback and the needs from the communities? So towards that, Datuk, sebenarnya sekarang ni. Thank you so much.